evil blanket fish has awoken.
Alright. Like everything in. So we are continuing with Radiant Historia, which we had just
Radiant Historia. Perfect chronology.
Last time we had just gotten and restored the Historica sword. We had also gotten quests from her. Go ahead and do that right now. We're supposed to go back to the Beyond Lost room. Don't remember where that was. Okay, here.
Samra's soul is here.
What's he saying?
Let's see. Humans are greedy animals. Tell Elm to never forgive them. That's what he said.
So Samra held a grudge toward humanity. Should I tell Elm?
Oh,
What's wrong?
when I tried to send his soul to the heavens, it flew away.
So it hasn't found eternal rest then?
I don't know, but I think so. He just went somewhere else. Maybe to a place where he had lingering regrets.
This is Fennel's lab. Samra's soul is likely waiting for us in another place relevant to his death.
Hugo's office. Hey Kaz, how you doing?
It's Samra's soul! So that's where it went.
After all, Hugo is undoubtedly the one who killed him. I'm not sure what Samra is trying to tell us here, though. Perhaps he's going to spout more hate at us like before. Wait. This ring. That's the one Elm said she and Samra bought together.
It's all scratched up.
Goes to show how horrible the fate he endured truly was.
Are you gonna give this back to Elm?
I'm not sure. It's impossible to know how she'd react to it.
Oh, Samra's soul is disappearing.
Did we save him?
He was at peace.
Does that mean Samra wanted us to find the ring?
I'll be fine. As long as I
Bad
know
ending
Samra
first.
is resting in peace. But I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Could you try and find out what happened to him in Alistel?
This is what Samra said. Humans are greedy animals. Never forgive them.
What? Samra said that? Merciful heavens, no.
Celestia pushed the front line so far. We're doomed.
No mercy for humans! Charge!
For a time, it seemed Elm had reconciled with the humans. Upon learning of her lover Samra's resentful death, her rage was tragically weakened. That fury spread across all of Celestia, dampening morale in the battle against Alistar. Without Celestia's cooperation, saving the continent proved a much more difficult task. And eventually, Vancouver was entirely swallowed by Samra.
Your decision has changed the future of Celestia. It goes to show how much of a shock Samra's words were to Elm.
While the intense hatred Samra felt moments before his death is undeniable, that does not necessarily mean those were his true feelings.
Hey, Nintendo, how you doing?
Perhaps there was another emotion he wished to convey.
Try again, Stock. We know you can do this.
Shall we record the action?
Okay, so now... Got the bad ending, let's get the good one.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, I've been really
Look at this,
enjoying it. Probably gonna be kinda sad when it's over.
This is Summer's ring. But it's all scratched up. Wait. These aren't just scratches. They're letters. Something's engraved here.
What does it say?
Be they Satiros or human,
Yeah, it's
I
my
give
first time
my
playing
endless
this.
thanks to all whose paths I crossed. That has Samra written all over it. He knew it would come to this. That he'd be filled with hate in his final moments. So he must have engraved this as a reminder of his convictions. They're not just words of thanks. They represent his unshakable determination. The tenets by which he lived and died.
In that case, I'm glad I gave it to you.
Thank you. I'm finally coming to terms with my own feelings. From now on, I'll try to be as determined as Samra was.
His ring will help you with that. Hold on to it, Elm.
No, you should keep it for now. It belongs with Historica. You can return the ring to me when the war is over, and our peoples are living in peace.
All right.
And here, a token of my gratitude. Thank you.
It's not only situationally useful, since it's just stopping status effects. Okay. Any other outstanding? Learning skills for Gafka. These are the trials. Still haven't found the last one. I need to get the bad ending where I agree to join Hugo. How many hours? I do 4-hour streams, and this is streamed, so 48, I think? A little over 48.
All right, Hugo. I'll take this power of Noah.
Stock, are you crazy?
Ah, then you chose wisely. It is all as the prophet Noah wills it to be. Now, step forward. I shall grant you your power.
Stock, no!
Yeah, I've been doing all the extra stuff from Perfect Chronology too.
So this...
I really want to make
It's the
sure I get
power
like
of
the full
flux.
endings.
It's...
Hey, Stock!
Stock, you can't give in! Come back to us!
Hey, what happened? Are you okay, Stock? There's nothing to fear. His heart has gone to the prophet, and now it is your turn.
No! No!
Damn it!
Stock accepted Hugo's offer and obtained the power of Noah. The forces of destruction were too heavy for Stock's heart to bear. Stock's consciousness began to fade. All he could do was watch as his friends fell to Hugo. Hugo the mortal was no more. Demigod, he became unstoppable. Yeah, probably.
You've returned, Stock.
Your heart was one step away from being consumed. I hope you remember to thank Ott. She saved your life. Then again, she did so by sacrificing her own.
Now the only one who can defeat Hugo is gone, and the world will be broken under his heels.
We were almost there. Almost. Stock, choose the right path and save the world.
You can do it, Stock. Don't give up.
Just in case, do you want...
Oh, I I hadn't started that game last night. That was actually my third day playing that game. I play it once a week. My Monday morning stream is for like indies and shorter games. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's just it's 100% blind. Like there is absolutely no information on that game anywhere. Hey RNG, how you doing? How you doing, Frogert? The Revenant Prince. It was an indie style game, like indie JRPG style game. But yeah, like I'm liking it. It's just that like I'm really having to like explore everything because there's no guides, there's not even any like game facts boards to look for information on. So we gotta fight him again.
Here I go! We can do it, guys!
Come forth!
I remember him doing that last time.
Take this! Here I come! Take this! Eat this! Oh!
as
We got this! Huh. Damn it. Huh. Come forth!
How about this?
Too slow!
Oh!
Huh. Huh.
Damn it. I'm sorry. Here you go.
he's like, there's no chance of him winning this. He's just doing everything in his power to make sure that I don't get a full combo off.
Here you go.
Here I go! Ha!
How about this? Burn! Here's a special one. Here's a special one. Burn!
The light.
That's a taste of our power.
That combo should have been 24 hits higher, but he kept fucking with it.
What the? I underestimated you.
Is it over?
What a shame. I already told you, I am immortal. I can rewind time so that any wounds I sustain never happened.
Wait. Historica is reacting.
What is this power? This can't be. Why isn't my time rewinding? What's going on? No, rewind! Rewind, damn it!
It seems Historica prevented Hugo from rewinding time.
But he tried anyway. So he must have exerted himself past his limits. It's over.
The light. It's you, Prophet Noah.
What is with this guy? He's on fire, but he's...
Hey, Ragnar, how you doing?
Hugo.
Prophet Noah, I will join you. I don't need a body. My soul will be with you forever. Ah, so warm. I've waited for this for so long. So very long. No.
He was smiling. He looked really peaceful and happy.
The illusion he saw as he stood on the brink of death was no doubt the cause.
Or, you don't think Noah really...
Hell no. There's no way a bastard like him is gonna find salvation.
Damn it. Doesn't feel like much of a victory.
Why not? You guys won.
I don't know about that. That bastard didn't even know how many lives he ruined. He atoned for nothing. He threw his responsibility away and just ran off to his precious Noah. And then he died with the happiest smile in the world. In that respect, maybe he's the winner after all.
Except that now he's dead, and his name will forever bear his stigma. This is his end.
You're right. What's most important is what you leave behind when you're gone.
Yeah. Besides, we're the ones who get to decide where history goes from now on, right? We don't have time to bother with a bastard like him.
She's right. The more time we dedicate to his memory, the longer Hugo remains in history. That would be playing right into his hands.
Yeah. His twisted desires die right here with him. Hugo, your time has come to an end. You and Noah can be together now.
So it's finally over. Thank you all for your hard work.
Well, Hugo's been dealt with. But where's Heiss?
He wasn't inside the castle. It seems he deserted Hugo and escaped.
I see. Is it safe to say that peace has returned to Alistal now?
Indeed it has. I will stay here and fulfill my responsibilities as best I can. I can't abandon the people here after all. Please, pass that along to the princess for me.
Things will not be easy. Be on your guard. If you need it, we would be happy to lend a hand.
Celestia will too. Alistel and Celestia are next-door neighbors.
I'm glad to have such reliable ambassadors, but it will be my job to ensure we don't need too much help.
Huh. I'm sure you're the man for the job. Let's see the true strength of Alistel's slumbering lion.
Don't tease me now, but you are right. I can't afford to sleep any longer.
You've returned, Stock. Protea and Hugo have been slain, and it would seem that peace has been restored to the world. But I'm sorry, it's not over yet. I have added a new chapter to the White Chronicle. No matter what happens, please don't lose Stock.
Just in case, do you want to record your...
Let's go see what Nemesia has now.
Oh, perfect timing. I've picked up a reading on a new artifact.
This one's from Forja. When the artifact has made things take a turn for the worst, hurry and retrieve the artifact before war breaks out between the humans and beastkind.
Ready for your next assignment? I got an artifact reading from Forja in another timeline. Relations between beastkind and humans aren't going well there. They may go to war at this rate.
That's problematic. What happens in those other worlds affects our own, after all.
Looks like the artifact's power is working in an unintended way. You need to hurry and get it.
Okay, I'll take care of it. Forja.
Sorry for dragging you along with me, Red One.
Don't worry about it. Times like these call for drastic measures, do they not?
I do not know why, but my fellow villagers suddenly grew aggressive, violent even. I only hope we can parley before the situation escalates further. Either way, we have to try. Allow me to take it from here.
Okay.
Continent is doomed at this rate. We cannot leave the matter to humankind any longer. Yeah, that's right. Humans had their chance. It's our time to...
What is the meaning of this? Oh!
What's it look like, Gafka? We're declaring war on humanity.
What the?
How dare you bring a human with you, you traitor?
Hey, I'm the one talking to you. Leave this human out of it.
Shut up and get out of the way. This is war. The one who strikes first is the winner.
Calm down. What good can come from quarreling with humans now?
All this time, we struggled to survive while the humans did whatever they pleased. No more. Now it's our turn to call the shots.
Hey!
So step aside if you're not with us. You're against us.
No. This stops here. Even if I have to fight you myself.
What did you just say, Gafka, you bastard?
Actions speak louder than words. Let's see you back them up.
Oh!
It's Burgess.
Hey!
Gafka, don't tell me you plan on openly defying Burgess.
Seems I have no other choice.
Allow me to lend my help.
No, Red One. This is a matter among Gutrals. Being beaten by a human would only strengthen their prejudice. This is between me and them.
Very well. Be careful, Gafka.
Here goes! Who's next?
Glad to see you're not all talk. Guess I'll take you down myself.
This chi. It doesn't belong to Master Burgess.
You are no match against him. Not now, anyway.
Master Galva.
There is, however, a way. Will you undertake the Beast God's ritual to stop Burgess?
I refuse. I do not need to lose my mind to become stronger.
I'm gonna guess... I don't know which one is the good ending and the bad ending. I guess let's go leave it to Gafka, see if that's the bad ending.
Have at you, Master Burgess!
Gafka!
I'm sorry, Red One. Oh!
Burgess is the winner. Death to the traitor and human.
No!
Gafka challenged Burgess on his own merit, and in doing so lost his life. Death incited the Beastkind to rain revenge on Stalk and the others for wavering. Even in the original history, the Beastkind's relationship with humanity soured beyond repair. And such malice brought about a great massacre, and the continent sank further into the mire of war.
That was close. Thank goodness you made it out of there alive.
However, this turn of events has dragged your original history even further from salvation.
Kafka had faith in humans. Perhaps together you could do more than you could apart.
We are certain you will figure out the proper way forward. Do not fail us, Stock.
Just in case.
Now, come at me as you will.
Kafka, I'm going to help you after all.
Red One!
Our cooperation will prove there can be common ground between humans and beast kind.
You may be right. Very well. Ready when you are.
Was he gonna give up on the fight? I was gonna go check see if they're selling anything, but it looks like there's nobody behind there. I just saved right before I came here.
Hiding behind a human won't change a thing.
Are you ready?
Oh.
Are you... Then let's do it.
Let's prove what we can do.
Indeed.
Hey, I got this!
That's good enough.
It's finally over.
Master Burgess was defeated. But Kafka and that human win.
You lose, Burgess. I cannot believe you let some trinket control you. Wait, what was I just...
Master Burgess, have you come to your senses?
It seems he has.
Well done, Kafka.
Master Gall.
The power of the Beast God is nigh limitless. but it is a solitary strength. Cooperation, it seems, is the power of endless possibilities. Keep working with these humans, Kafka, and grow stronger than even the Beast God.
Yes, Master.
I will entrust this to you. Beastkind need no trinkets.
Well, that settles that.
Welcome aboard, Stock. Did you patch up relations between the humans and beast kind?
I did. It should no longer be affecting our original history. Oh, and here's this.
Thank you. Outstanding work as always. Welcome, Stock.
Hugo has retreated from Granorg, but he still plans on using the artifact for his own gain. Hurry and take it back before he does anything too drastic.
Ready for your next... In the next potential world, you'll be going to Alistel. Hugo retreated from Granorg, but he hasn't given up yet. As for the artifact, I'm getting readings from inside the castle.
Sounds as though conflict will be unavoidable this time.
The city is still in chaos, so you're probably right. Make sure you stay on your toes. There's no telling how the artifact is affecting things, so try not to dilly-dally. After all, it'd be a big no-no if people died because of it.
I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that doesn't happen.
The rebel army draws near, and your personal soldiers have no intention of putting up a fight.
No, it's not over yet. It can't be.
Really, Hugo? Are you so incapable of seeing the truth without Noah at your side?
It is you who cannot see. With the Prophet fallen ill, now is my time to take control. Once I have dealt with those rebels, I shall reign supreme.
Is that so? Then do as you will.
There's no need for concern. I still have an ace up my sleeve. This reliquary. Prophet Noah, the nation you built will soon belong to me.
Ever since the Prophet fell ill, Hugo has been doing whatever he damn well pleases. Rebuilding Alistel from the ground up is quite the headache.
Last time we saw the Prophet, he was already pushing himself too hard. Considering how unhinged Hugo can get, it's no wonder Noah got pushed over the edge.
I must agree. In any case, it falls on us to stop Hugo.
I heard some of his men are still putting up a fight. Man, what are they thinking?
They know they're on a sinking ship. Their loyalty to Hugo must be quite strong. Either that, or they're being coerced.
We'll cut down anyone who stands in our way. We must do whatever it takes to reach Hugo.
Right. This is our last cleanup.
No shopping.
They look ready to fight.
Must be Hugo's personal contingent. Sorry, but you're going to have to let us through.
Gotcha! Too slow! Here I come!
It's finally over.
Enough of this, Hugo. You're finished.
Don't celebrate just yet. If I kill you all here...
Hugo, hand over the artifact.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! If not for your meddling, this never would have...
Hugo, please stop this.
Prophet Noah, no, you shouldn't be out here. Your body is too...
If you care about me, then surrender now. And live. Live for the sake of Alastel.
Noah, hang in there.
Prophet Noah, come back to me! I'll surrender myself and devote my life to Alastel from now on! Please! Please speak to me, Prophet Noah! Noah!
Mark, you got any medicine?
It's no use. He's already gone.
No.
It's all my fault. He wasted his final breath on a wretch like me. The Prophet was a Thaumatek pioneer. He mechanized his dying body to extend his life. But he was already at his limit. Something malfunctioned, and his whole body began to shut down. He was supposed to be kept in suspended animation, but he came out to talk sense into me. It was me. I'm the one who snuffed out the remaining fire in the Prophet Noah's life. I have nothing left to live for.
So you've already forgotten the words you told Noah in his final moments. Now, hand over the artifact.
Of course.
You'll be taken into custody before long. Spend your last moments of freedom with Noah.
Welcome back, Stock. You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. Here.
That's one more step toward ending the desertification. Full credit for you, Stock. So, was this artifact causing any weird effects? Or being used for evil?
To control soldiers. No wonder, given it was Hugo using it.
Seriously? Why don't people use them to help anyone but themselves?
I'm not sure. Then again, taking the artifact from a benevolent person would feel... strange.
That's true. But still.
It was a joke.
What? Jokes I don't get are a big no-no. You get a red X.
I've been wondering, Nemesia, why did the Empire fall?
Because of the desertification. It all began in the Empire. As his home withered around him, Prince Allium led his people to start over in a new land. Today, it is known as Granorg.
So, Allium was the first king of the Kingdom of Granorg.
But the desert soon followed. Sand nipping at their heels, plants died, and rivers dried. There wasn't much time before they'd lose Granorg, too. So Allium devised a secret art.
What kind of art?
The art of controlling flux. Nowadays, it's called the ritual. Said ritual can stop the desert from spreading, for a time. It is, however, only temporary.
So since the ritual hasn't been performed recently, the desert's advance is continuing unchecked.
Correct. But keep in mind, the ritual doesn't stop the desert's progress, only slows it.
Beyond that, though, why is it happening to begin with?
All I can say is that the Empire caused it by accident. I have to keep studying to find answers. And for that, we'll need more artifacts. Each one is a clue, so please keep looking for them.
Wait, was there a bad ending here that I didn't get? I don't remember there being a... Yeah, I said that when I first started the game. Which also kind of points out that there's a lot they could do with the story in Ys 5 if they decide to remake it like they did 4 and 3. As it is, they didn't do too much with it. But there is potential there for a lot of stuff they could do. And like I said, this game is kind of proof of that. It's taking the same base premise of a supernatural desert engulfing all the land and doing way more with it than that did. She's got more quests.
Oh, perfect time.
Ranarg has fallen into Alistelian hands in this world, but a rebellion is in the works. Help bring it to fruition and snag that artifact.
Ready for another field trip? Today's stop is Granorg. It's under Alistelian rule.
But one of the main problems with it was way too easy. There was literally only one hard part in that entire game, and it was that door that was covered in triggers that if you step on them, rocks drop on you. Like, I think I had to waste a bunch of heal potions or something to out-heal the damage as I walked towards the door. That's like the only hard part in the entire game. That and like... It's got an interesting magic system, but like 80% of the spells are worse than the one that they give you in the tutorial. Yeah, like the one that the magic spell that they have you make in the tutorial is like better than like 80 to 90% of the other ones that are there. And there's a lot of combinations. They're just all bad.
I don't know. What I can tell is that they're heading straight...
Sounds like I should go aid that soldier then. Well, I'm off.
Yeah, it's like the game was definitely not very good, but it has a lot of potential for a good remake. Like the actual premise of the story was interesting and they could do a lot with it. But for some reason they haven't decided to do a big remake of it, even though they've done all the other ones. Intel's just arrived for Hugo, who now rules the land.
Viola has revolted?
That's right. She grew wise to your ploys and came charging in by herself.
A one-woman revolution? Does she hope to become a martyr?
Well, she's broken through the gates already. It won't be long before she's at your door.
What were my guards doing?
The same thing all men do when faced by a Valkyrie. Those who haven't abandoned their posts in fear are fighting by Viola's side. Judging from her momentum, I'd assume that Stock and Co. are helping her. At this rate, my dear Hugo, it may be you who is made a martyr.
Damn you, Heiss. You act like this has nothing to do with you. But there's no need to fret. I have a trump card up my sleeve.
Just you wait, Hugo. I'll deal with you
Yeah, a
soon.
couple of years ago I played all the East games. This is before 9 came out. I still haven't gotten around to playing 9. But I played all the East games. There were different degrees of which I liked them. Although honestly, I know a lot of people say those are the ones they prefer, but I actually, the Napsteam engine games are actually probably my least favorite.
Hold, Viola. You shouldn't push yourself so hard.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know why they haven't given it a modern remake. It's even funny because you start East 8 with the sword that you finished East 5 with. But most people don't know that because most people haven't played East 5. So they wouldn't even recognize that little Easter egg.
This is nothing. Let's continue. Step aside or be cut down!
Enough!
Who's talking? You can barely lift your sword. Say your prayers, Field Marshal Viola. You won't die here as a Valkyrie, but as a traitor.
I don't have time for this!
We'll take care of them. You hurry on to Hugo, Viola.
Very well. Thank you!
Leave it to me. What's its weakness?
Take this! I'll pierce you through! There! Here's a special
That's a taste of our power.
Viola.
Prophet Noah, you're alive.
That's just a doll, Viola. Snap out of it.
Do you take me for a fool? The Prophet stands before us in the flesh. Words can't describe how much I wanted to see you again. Even after hearing you died, I never lost hope that you were safe and sound.
Yeah, 9's the only one I still need to play.
He who lives forever cannot die. Have you so little faith in me?
Such words of wisdom! Our beloved prophet is eternal.
I knew it. You're using that artifact to project an illusion of Noah before Viola.
You speak heresy. It is her love for Noah that makes him real. That's right. Her faith is what gives life to the idea. We must all find our inner Noah.
Enough of this foolishness.
Call me a fool, but the people of Alistel have been devoted to a mannequin all this time.
You bastard!
Oh, the horror! This heretic has turned his back on the prophet! He's defying Noah's divine will!
Viola, raise your sword in my name, as you always have.
As you wish.
Viola!
Halt, or I will not hesitate to strike you down.
Backing down is my only option.
I need to go... I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go back to. I've heard that one of the hardest things, to do in Ys is Dark Fact at the end of Ys 1 when you've edited the INI file and upped the frames. Like, I think someone upped the frames to where it's playing at like 144 or something, and that fight is insane. Oh, did you? Where am I supposed to go here? They didn't really give me much of an indication or a hint as to where I need to go. Fix that. Supposed to return to the Valkyrie.
Viola, I've heard you were quite close to the Prophet Noah. Can you tell me about that?
I was once the Prophet's knight. Now I'm just a soldier who was sent away to rot.
This may be rude of me to ask, but do you think your devotion to Noah could somehow affect your decision-making in battle?
Quite an interesting question. I can't deny the possibility, but the Prophet Noah once said, "When the road ahead is unclear, we must light up our own path." He wanted Alistellians to think for themselves, not to blindly follow his teachings. The Prophet's words were meant as guidance, but his true wish was for us to find our own way.
An understandable wish, given where blind faith has landed the people of Alistel.
A rather harsh opinion. Why do you ask, by the by?
Someone I know is about to make a terrible decision based on their conviction.
Then let me entrust this to you. Noah himself gave it to me.
A monocle?
It was blessed by the Prophet. This monocle can see through lies and reveal the truth. Or so he told me. If someone you know has lost their way, have them try it on. It might help them see clearly.
Much appreciated. I will.
How very convenient that she had that. Hey, Malamy, how you doing? Fight him again.
I won't lose.
Oh crap, I don't have Gavka later. That's gonna make the combo a little harder. Forgot to change my party. Oh, you're just waking up? What time is it for you? It's 10 a.m. You're 7 hours ahead. It's 3 a.m. for me. No, I started 2 a.m. my time, which would, I guess, be 9 a.m. your time.
It's finally over.
Oh yeah, this is a really good game.
Viola. I have no interest in fighting you, Viola. I'd just like to have a civilized conversation. Here. This is for you.
That's the Prophet's monocle. But why do you have it?
Basically, if it's on the 3DS, and if you look down where I have the 3DS icon, right next to it there is a flightless bird. Yeah. I do, however, own 2 copies of this game. I bought it digitally, and then when I was trying, I forgot that I bought it digitally, and then I ended up buying a physical copy.
Someone you know quite well entrusted it to me.
Unfortunately, there's not too many ways to capture 3DS for streaming.
Now gaze upon Noah once more through this monocle.
Wait, this is... It's nothing but a dummy.
Impossible! No way could that parlor trick break the spell!
Yeah, I ended up getting
Listen to your
a 3DS
heart,
like right around the time they stopped making games for it.
Noah is with us.
I held out for a
now
long
and
time because I didn't like having handheld games, because I had a PSP when it first came out and it got stolen. So kind of ever since then I didn't want to have a handheld system because they were too easy to lose, or they were too easy for someone to grab. But they essentially had 6 SMT games on the 3DS that I wanted to play, and they weren't going to come out on anything else. So that was the main thing I got for it. I got those games and then a couple of others that looked really good.
Prophet Noah.
Which I was actually very lucky, because like I said, I picked up my 3DS right before they stopped making games for it. And I also picked up all of those games for pretty cheap. Like the 6 SMT games, and then Radiant Historia, Code 7th Dragon, Code VFD, Stellar Glow, both of the Project X zones. I think I'm leaving something out. But basically, like, just a handful of games that looked interesting to me. I got them all for real cheap, and then it was like about a year and a half later that prices on 3DS games started going through the roof. So I actually got them all for cheap before it exploded.
Your heresy ends here, Hugo. The mockery you've made of our faith deserves 100 deaths.
Yeah, Nintendo, unfortunately, that doesn't seem very likely. I don't know if you, I want to say about 2-3 weeks ago, they had a survey from Atlas, and it was a long-ass survey. That everybody memed about how long the survey was. It would take you like 45 minutes to an hour to do. I actually did the survey, and they're asking you a bunch of questions, and a lot of them are like, you know, if we release this older game on a new system, would you buy it, blah blah blah. And they went through a lot of older Atlas games. No mention whatsoever of Radiant Historia, so I don't think it's even on their short list of games to try to redo.
Can you truly strike down your beloved prophet?
Yeah, there was no mention anywhere. And because like they basically have a giant list of Atlas games and other games where they tell you like, have you played this? Have you heard of it? Have you beat it? And I went through all of them. And even ones that I hadn't played or anything, I still checked off so that I could give my opinion on them. there wasn't Radiant Historia anywhere on the list.
Viola, do not grieve for me. I am no longer of this world. What the? My memory should not be a chain that binds you to the past, but a beacon to guide you forward.
Shut up! You're not real!
Do what you must, Viola.
I mean, I think I got it for pretty cheap. I mean, if you're looking for a physical copy, yeah, all the physical stuff has gone up crazy high. But, I mean, you could still get a digital on the eShop, at least until they close it. I think in, was it July or August, they were going to close the 3DS eShop?
I understand, my prophet.
Yeah.
Farewell, Noah. Here, you can keep the monocle. Deep down inside, I knew the prophet was no longer with us. But I was so scared, too scared to admit the one I loved was gone. In my weakness, that fear led me to believe in an illusion. I wanted to be deceived. Who knows what would have happened if not for this monocle? After the prophet passed away, Hugo became bewitched by that idol and the power it offered. I hated him for defiling the prophet's image and twisting his teachings for personal gain.
Also, I mean, I'm probably not gonna be able to see it till after it's over when I'm done streaming, but in an hour and 40 minutes from now, Squaresoft is gonna do that Saga stream where they're gonna announce some stuff for the Saga franchise.
But in truth, Hugo and I weren't so different after all. I clung to a false idol, hoping in vain to fill the void in my heart. He and I were one and the same.
Even if that were the case, your paths diverged at the very end.
Indeed. I was able to right my course thanks to you, and the Prophet Noah. Thank you, young Lion of Alistel.
Welcome aboard, Stalk. I assume you got the artifact safely?
I most certainly did. Here.
Thanks for doing a great job. You get an A+.
Yep, they were both simping. They just went down different paths with it. Actually a downgrade. I mean, it also depends on which Saga game we're talking about. They kind of have different levels of how hard they are to get into. Like the original Saga games that were on the Game Boy, they're, you know, they were a little odd, but they still played pretty much like a normal JRPG. And then, you know, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got Unlimited Saga, which you have to study to get your PhD in before you can play. Yeah, the everything gets harder if you grind too much was mostly in the Romancing Saga games and Saga Frontier 1. I think those are the only ones that have a battle level. Also Last Remnant. That's kind of almost a Saga game. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, because Last Remnant is kind of a Saga game in a lot of its underlying mechanics. But most people didn't know that because it wasn't labeled as such. From what I know, that's actually one of the reasons why people like Saga Scarlet Grace as much as they did. Because for once, they actually put detailed tutorials into a Saga game. We've been through a lot, but I think this kingdom's finally starting to settle down.
Yes.
It's all thanks to our new queen, Erica.
Yeah.
Just glad the war's over. Yeah, I haven't played it either.
Things are going pretty well.
I actually have 2 copies of it. I have the Steam copy, and then when they actually did the remake, remaster of it, I bought it on PS4. Hey Irby, how you doing? Live Alive is actually really good. I played that, I want to say, year and a half, 2 years ago. About the only downside I can say for Live Alive is that I could never quite get a grasp on the damage ranges. Like, I couldn't understand why sometimes things would be hitting for, like, more and less damage. Like, you do the same attack 3 times and you get 3 completely different damage numbers, and I could never quite figure out what modifiers were causing that.
I just hope there are no more surprises on the road to peace.
Hey, Stock. We should head over to the palace. Princess Erica asked us to drop by, remember?
Rainy, she's not a princess anymore.
Trying to think of which ones were tedious. I think I actually had fun with most of them.
After all, Queen Erica was coronated just the other day.
You're right. I guess it's out of habit that I call her princess. Anyways, let's get a move on. We can't keep a queen waiting.
Yeah, let's go.
I think about the only one that I think might have been kind of annoying was the mecha one. Yeah, the psychic chapter was kind of drawn out and too long. The ninja one was interesting. The ninja one was interesting because you had so many different ways you could play it. You could either go through not killing anybody, which was hard. You could go through killing everybody, which was also hard. And then, of course, you know, the middle route of just kill when you have to. And then, of course, you have the Kung Fu chapter, which you have 3 choices on your disciple, and they all get slightly different moves.
I cannot allow Erica to perform the ritual of flux.
And the prehistoric chapter was just hilarious, despite the fact that there is literally no spoken dialogue in the whole thing. But that was the thing about Live Alive, is that like every chapter felt vastly different from the others, outside of the same battle system, but the actual storylines and kind of how you get through the game, every chapter felt different. Pretty much because like they had different teams of developers for every chapter.
She must be stopped, or all my plans will come to nothing. We're nearly there, Stock. Just a little longer.
What's all the commotion?
Queen Erica.
Everyone, listen!
What happened?
Someone broke into the passage leading to the Royal Hall. I'll tell you the details on the way.
How cruel. These corpses, they've all been attacked from behind. I can't believe any one man could do this to so many soldiers.
It was no ordinary man. Who in the world?
Heist did this.
No way. Heist? I mean, he does have the ability, but still.
What are you doing, Heist?
I can't comment. I haven't played Octopath Traveler
Where are you
yet.
going?
It's still on my backlog.
I'm going to find out just what he's really up to.
Hey, Stock! So, what's through that passage?
Ahead is the Royal Hall. It is an extremely important place where those of royal blood perform the ritual of flux.
What? And Heist is in there? That can't be good.
Whoever this person is, he killed many soldiers. If we don't hurry, the Red One will be in danger.
Yeah, we should go too. Queen Erica, please stay here.
But...
You're the ruler of this kingdom now. You can't put yourself in harm's way anymore. Don't worry, we'll handle it.
I understand. Be safe.
Heist!
You've come, Stock.
It really is Heist.
So, it was you. Why?
I aim to stop the ritual. And the reason for that, Stock, is to spare your life.
What?
It's It's the same. Stock and this heist guy have the same.
Ah, the beast kind has noticed. The shaman of Celestia from the looks of her. I see. Of course she'd realize.
What?
Relax, Stock. The beast kind most likely shares my esteem. She wants to save you too.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out sooner or later. Enough idle chatter, though. Let's get to business.
What the?
What did you do?
I suppressed the power of Flux. Now Erica can't perform the ritual anymore.
What? If you do that...
This world will eventually be engulfed in sand.
What? Hey!
Don't worry. We only need the Queen to restore the power of Flux.
Fools! Did you think I'd use a spell that could be so easily countered? This spell can only be broken from the Imperial Ruins at the center of Flux.
The Imperial Ruins?
I'll be waiting for you there. Meet me at the ruins, and I'll tell you everything.
Wait! He disappeared.
What was he talking about?
I'm sorry. I don't want you to know.
Please. The world is in danger of being swallowed by sand. What?
Hey, Stock. We're in deep trouble if we don't hurry to the Imperial Ruins.
Yeah, you're right. Let's report back to Erica first, and then we'll be on our way.
Good heavens. That's what happened? So all the strange occurrences that have been happening were his doing?
Yeah. It's all ice.
Is it also true that this heist used the power of Flux?
Yeah. It's true.
I don't know. I guess whenever one of you redeem it. Because it's not that high on my list for games I'm picking, so... It'll most likely happen faster if one of you guys redeems it.
If he can use that power, there are two explanations. Either he is of Granarg royal blood, or he holds the Black Book of Flux.
At the very least, I believe he holds the Black Chronicle.
My father, King Victor, was the prior holder of that book.
So Heist killed Victor and stole the Black Chronicle. And as a result, the ritual stopped, meaning he's to blame for the desertification.
True. If we don't stop the bastard, things are gonna turn ugly. I don't think we have the time to be chit-chatting like this.
No, we don't. If the power of Flux in the Royal Hall has been sealed, the world's mana can't stabilize, which could cause catastrophes even beyond the desertification. If that were to happen, things would be too far gone for the ritual to right them again. We must somehow stop him and free the power of Flux.
He said he'd be waiting for me at the Imperial Ruins.
That would be to the northwest of the Judgment Cliffs. It is a quiet place, lingering in the depths of the mountains where no man trespasses. A land forgotten to history.
Northwest of the Judgment Cliffs. All right. Let's go, everyone.
to the Judgment Cliffs. Let's see if there's any weapon upgrades.
Welcome.
All that commotion ended up getting me hurt. I was standing here like I always do when a bunch of debris fell from the tower.
Damn.
The city obviously hates me, but I still love it, even though it gets worse every year. I don't think things are going to change just because Queen Erica is on the throne now. Side quest. I think that might be the only side quest in this chapter. So we need to go back to Royal Secret. I guess we're warning him not to get hurt. Yeah, but I mean, perfect games are rare because it's so hard to get everything to come together. Like I always say, sometimes you have to play the 5s to appreciate the 8s. Well, you also have to play the 8s to appreciate the 10s, because then you realize just how rare they are. No, they're not saying that it invalidates the game. They're just saying that if it had that, you know, it would have gone from maybe an 8 to a 9 or from a 9 to a 10. Like I said, I can't comment. I haven't played it yet. But, I mean, those, like, games of that caliber are rare for a reason. It's very hard to get everything right. Oh, I know. I played Like a Dragon when it first came out. But even that needed, especially in the battle system, that one needed some polish. Like, it was a very good first attempt, but they do need to polish some stuff up with the battle system for the follow-up. Well, Ragnar, that's when you come across one of those things where it's the perfect game for you. And unfortunately, the perfect game for any particular person is probably not going to be liked by everyone. Because the games that are liked by everyone are specifically made to be non-offensive in every possible way. The made-by-committee games. That was There was a phrase I had just heard in buttered noodles. That's what it was. I was watching a thing on YouTube where it was like they were talking about it, and it's a Hollywood term where they refer to those movies that are made for mass appeal. They call them buttered noodles because everybody likes buttered noodles, but nobody loves buttered noodles. Like, if you give someone buttered noodles, they're gonna eat them, they'll be okay with it, but no one would ever say buttered noodles is their favorite food. There were lots of little glitches that happened in the battle system in Like a Dragon, mostly due to the positioning of everybody moving around. They could also add an area indicator for skills. I'm not talking anything big. I'm talking about little changes that they could polish it for the next game. Yeah, when you were young, probably because you hadn't tried much. But yeah, it's a Hollywood term for a movie that's made a movie that's not really made with any inspiration. It's just made for everybody to be okay with it. No, that's just it. Buttered noodles aren't awful. They're okay. But yeah, so that's kind of why whenever you find something that really speaks to you, that you really love, you're probably going to find a lot of people that hate it, because the little things that were perfect for you are probably something that someone else hates, because the game wasn't made to appeal to anybody, it was made to appeal to its specific audience.
You shouldn't stand here too long. You might get hurt.
Huh? What's with you? None of your business where I stand.
Damn.
Don't say that kind of stuff, it's creepy.
Anyway, keep an eye on the sky.
Say.
Oh, you're the fortune teller from before.
Fortune teller?
Oh, come on.
Foretold my future. But I ignored it, and now look at what's happened. I regret that I didn't listen to you. Now on, I'm going to put more faith in people.
Thank you so much.
It's a gift. Consider it my penance for disrespecting you.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what happens to me, I'll always love this city. Now that Queen Erika's on the throne, I'm sure it'll be as beautiful as it once was. Oh no, Yakuza 7 is it's made for people to start there. It's a whole new protagonist with very few ties. Like any ties to previous games are pretty much just Easter eggs. But anyway, going back to what I was saying about things they could polish in it. Like another thing is obviously the huge spike in levels that you have to gain before the certain, cameo fight. And then the other one where you have to get a whole bunch of money together. I do everything in the game, so those actually didn't get in my way. But to some people who aren't going, I know there's a lot of people that play the Yakuza games where they go through the story first and then they go back and do all the side content. I do all the side content as I'm going through so that when I finish the game, I can be done with it. But yeah, those, that one big grinding that you have to do before that fight, and then also all the money that you have to raise right before that. Like, if people are saving the side content for after the main story, then those two parts are really gonna drag for them. And like I'm saying, those are just little things that they need to basically fix or not do again if they do another game.
This skill Gofka will have to duel with if you believe, but Gofka must fight. Such is the one must.
I doubt he'll win, but I'll save just in case.
The Omnipedia. This book holds the secrets of the cosmos.
Okay. I have played Yakuza 0 through 7 and Dead Souls, and I have refused to learn how to play Mahjong through all of those games.
This skill Gofka will have if you believe.
Yeah, there's quite a few Yakuza players who have been known to, like, they want to get through the main story, so they rush through the main story first, and then they do all the sub stories and side content afterwards. Those are like the two those are the two play styles of people who play the games. Is either they do everything as it becomes available, and then there's other people that rush to the end of the story and then do the side content. And that particular subset of gamers probably got really screwed over by those 2 points in 7. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, Mahjong and Hanafuda and Shogi and Go, all of those were in every Yakuza game, and I still, to this day, have not learned how to play them. I always avoid the gambling parlors as much as possible, and if I do have to gamble, I go to one of the ones that has like poker or blackjack or something and do that. saved. I had a feeling since this is his final skill, it might be a big hitter. Didn't realize it was going to be that deadly.
Radiant Historia. Perfect chronology.
Ah, this Skafka, if you but got such. Let it now.
We cannot afford to lose.
I mean, blackjack is probably the easiest. You really, all you have to know is like basic probabilities of what are the chances that you're going to go over if you hit. And that's not that hard considering it's only from 0 to 21. Well, everyone, if you're doing like everything in the game, not necessarily 100%ing it, but if you're doing like all the stuff in the game, every once in a while there'll be an item that you need to get that you can only get with like credits that you get from gambling shops. Like they're like, you know how in a lot of games they'll have like certain weapons or certain items that you can only get from the casino with the currency that the casino has. It's kind of like that. It's not that often, but every once in a while they will have you do some gambling to get something that you might need for a side quest or something. And that's what I'm saying. They usually have a gambling spot that has like European style games like poker and blackjack and all those. And then they'll have another one that has Asian games. And I've always, if the few times that I've actually had to do it, I've just played blackjack and poker to get it. It's very few times over the course of like 8 games that you have to do something like that. This doesn't kill him, I'm dead. Unless he charges up again. Yeah, he does. Okay. We're okay.
Looks as though we've won.
Oh no, definitely not.
Well done, Gafka. You have proven your mastery of this skill. Seems you've mastered all the hidden arts.
Yeah, I think that's... I didn't play it, I just saw a video basically of someone ranting about it. Because they were a Shenmue fan and they waited all that time for Shenmue 3, and it was basically just like... I think it was something to the effect of like, to progress the story, you have to buy certain things. Like, I think it's buy training. And the only decent way in the game to make money is to gamble. So it's essentially just gambling simulator to learn a move, to do a boss fight. Back to gambling simulator to learn a move, to do a boss fight. And like, when the video I was watching, the guy was pissed.
You did well to hold up through all the training. I am proud.
And then I think he said at the end, the story didn't progress at all. It just went back to like status quo, like nothing happened.
It's all thanks to your tutelage. Thank you, Master, for all the training you have given me. I will be sure to embrace your lessons and make them my foundation for the future.
Carry the Gutrul's pride and beliefs with you, and go forth without hesitation. Do this, and a path will surely open for you.
Gafka has learned all of his skills. Okay, so it's basically just Mushin, but for everybody. So the only two that still have quests to gain skills is Stock and Og. Everybody else has finished theirs. Yeah, that's right. It was Super Eye Patch Wolf. Don't think we have any more side things to do. So now we make our way. I have to do this again. Now we head for the Imperial Ruins. As soon as I finish taking my break, just look at the time. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take my break. I'll be back in 5, and then we'll continue the final chapter. Not to be confused with the final chapter of the remake, which is the post-game chapter. So, pause this. Back in 5. I mean, it's also impossible to go straight to the final boss of Elden Ring. There's, like, several locks in the way. You can definitely go into an area that is too strong for you. But at the same time, that still comes down to skill too, because, I mean, there are people who play that and other Souls games at level 1 and never level up, and do it never getting hit. The first boss, not the last. You compared it to going straight to Ganon. Yeah, but they're using very specific glitches. And even then, I've seen the speed run. They still have to do a couple of bosses before they go straight to Radagon.
Alrighty then.
Here's a special one! Here's a special one! How about this?
Yeah, take this!
Too slow!
We did it.
Stock is amazing!
Well, because you said specifically Ganon, and everybody knows that Ganon is the last boss of every Zelda game. And even then, like I said, if it's the first boss, there are plenty of people who would be just fine going to the first boss. Yeah, it might take them, 5 to 10 tries to learn the patterns of the boss, but they'd still be able to do it. I think the problem that you're talking about more in that people are complaining that it's hard has more to do with the fact that Elden Ring suddenly had way more mass appeal than any previous Souls game. Like Souls games were already starting to become popular, but Elden Ring exploded. So you have a lot of people who have never played a Souls games before that don't know how to tackle it. Yeah, and that's what, like, that's another thing that I mean, if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, a lot of that complaining came from the fact that this Souls game, like, I think it, like, triple sold more than the last. No, Elden Ring does about the same thing that Breath of the Wild does. There's literally things all over the place to grab your attention and grab your eye. And literally, I mean, technically the first boss you come across is one that you're supposed to run away from because he's too strong for you, which is the Tree Sentinel. So that boss is there. A lot of people stubbornly stop and fight him, but that's more so for bragging rights than anything else. But the very first boss that you come across that's not, you know, a scripted loss is supposed to teach you to run away from things that are too powerful for you and come back later. And there are just things... I haven't played the game, but I've watched enough people play it. Like you can't walk 10 feet in that game without there be some point of interest that'll draw your attention to go check it out. Why would you need to teach that to someone?
Even you get tired sometimes, huh?
Like, that's literally what it comes down to, is like, something shiny over here, you go look at it. You don't need a tutorial for that. Like, they do it naturally by having things grab your attention and make you want to go look at them. What you're saying, it teaches you how to explore. Explain how you think Breath of the Wild teaches people to explore. Okay, so what is the teaching tool that Breath of the Wild uses you to teach you how to explore? Because unless it's specifically telling you, hey, this is something you should check out, hey, this is something you could check out by way of a tutorial, the way that you organically do that is by giving the player interesting things in their eye line to focus on and go check out. Yeah, because I would, like, I don't see any better way of teaching people how to explore than constantly piquing their curiosity to go off the beaten path.
So these are the Imperial ruins.
Yeah, and Elden Ring does that same thing without forcing you to go into any specific places. Like, there's no, you have to go here, 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 and here. You eventually do have to kill 2 of the 4 demigods in order to unlock the last boss, but you're free to stumble upon them at your own pace as you're just exploring the map. Like, if anything, the fact that it points out that you have to get to those 4 shrines, even if they are, you know, hard to find paths, that's not so much teaching you to explore so much as it's teaching you to pathfind. I mean, that's like in any other open world game where you see where like they'll show you an icon on your map and you have to try to figure out how to get to it. Yeah. That's one of the main things about Elden Ring that separates it from previous Souls games. Previous Souls games were very linear. If you got stuck on a boss, you were fucked. You were stuck until you beat it. Elden Ring, if you get stuck on a boss, you go find another boss that you can kill, come back when you're stronger. I mean, if you're worried about that response, then you're worried about the lowest common denominator of idiots playing your game. What does it do to prime the player for exploring? Go 10 feet in any direction and you will find something. No, none of them are mandatory. But there are mini dungeons all over the fucking place with cool items at the end. I don't understand how you're equating there needs to be some mandatory place you need to go to teach you how to explore. That's actually the opposite of teaching you how to explore. That's just teaching you how to pathfind from point A to point B. Teaching you how to explore is, like I said, you start walking, you go 10 feet. Hey, what's that shiny thing over there? I go to the shiny thing. I go another 10 feet. Hey, what's that shiny thing over there? Oh, there's another shiny thing over there. Let me go to this shiny thing first, and then when I'm done to get that shiny thing, I'll go do this other shiny thing. And then when you get to the first shiny thing, oh, there's 3 shiny things off in the distance over here, but I wanted to go back to that other shiny thing I saw. I think I'll go to one of these other shiny things, and then later on I'll come back and go to that other shiny thing I saw. That's how you teach people to explore, by having points of interest all over the fucking place that they see. Alright, I don't know who you're making this argument for, Manok, but anybody can walk a few steps until they find something they want they can go look at.
They're almost completely covered.
That's what it sounds like. You're saying there has to be some mandatory point you need to go to, otherwise you're not exploring. That's contradiction.
It seems this didn't just accumulate over time. The Empire itself must have been turned to sand.
Heist is in there.
Heist, why did you do this? I just don't understand.
That's what we're here to find out.
But it must be a trap. I bet there'll be something waiting for us. Still going in?
You're asking that after coming all this way.
I don't either. Like, Manok just keeps contradicting themselves. What is your point, very specifically?
We just gotta brace ourselves and do it. Right, Stock?
Yeah. If we don't get moving, the sand will swallow the ritual absolutely must be performed.
Because honestly, the contradiction is that you're saying there needs to be some place the game is telling you to go in order to foster exploration, when that is the opposite. You're not exploring, you're merely going where the game has told you to. Yes, the path may not be a straight line from point A to B, and you may have to pathfind, but you are still going towards a point that you were told to go to. Exploration is not going where you are told to go. Exploration is the opposite. Exploration is going where you want to go. Exploration is going where your curiosity takes you. Like, if you're just going where you're told to go, that's linear. Like, it feels like you're arguing that someone would get to the start of Elden Ring and not have anything on their anything on their map telling them you need to go here, and just be like, oh, the game hasn't told me to go anywhere, I'm just gonna stand here until it ends. No, the game doesn't tell you anything. It just puts you in the middle of a giant open world and says, go wherever the fuck you want to go.
Yes. Incoming. Yeah.
That's not good.
I can't go on.
Graces exist, but you can skip over them, you can find them. There are plenty of people that have been playing the game and have walked right past them. They're just fast travel points. You can have as many or as little of them as you want to. And that's why I'm saying you need to clarify your point. This is not just me. Everybody in this chat room is not getting the core of your argument.
Here you go. Here I come! This'll leave a mark.
I'll get him! We win! We win!
Well, like I said, it's not any one person that is getting this wrong. If what you're saying is not what we're understanding, it means you're not communicating it properly. You need to clarify what you're saying.
Leave it to me. We can do it, guys.
Did you really think you could beat us? Is everyone all right? That's... Not again! No way am I gonna lose here!
Okay, you do also realize that there's a delay between what I've said and when it gets to you. Okay. Now I understand what you're talking about. But see, here's the thing. You can't design things for the 0.0001%. There's always going to be an edge case player that can't figure out your game. If 99.999% have no problem with it, then you just have to let that 1.001% go. Like, there's no way that you could possibly account for every single person's thought process. And like someone just going straight to it and not exploring and then continuing to go straight for it, you know, essentially bashing their head at the wall and never taking the time to explore anything, like, that is such a hedge case that it would not be worth the development time to try to develop around for a game like, for a person like that. Does it though? Does it though? Now, in order for you to tell me that Breath of the Wild and Metroid do it, then you have to ask the same question. Is there a thought process that a human could have somewhere in the planet that would not be able to understand those games? And if the answer is yes, then they didn't program the game to accommodate every single thought process a person could have, because it's just not feasible. Now, they may work in a way that Elden Ring doesn't, and Elden Ring may work in ways that they don't. But the fact of the matter is, you cannot account for every single person's thought process that is going to be on the planet that may ever touch your game. Like, once you've reduced it down to such an infinitely small percentage of people that won't be able to understand how to play your game, I mean, they're at some point you gotta call it a day and say it's done. Well, there you go. There are people with short-term memory, like brain damage that doesn't let them have short-term memory or long-term memory. So yes, there are people in the world that will forget something they were just told. Do you make sure to tell them that you tell them the same thing every 20 seconds for those people? No, because that would annoy everybody else. Well, I'm saying you in that you have put yourself up as the representative for those people in this argument.
Leave it to me.
Here's a special one.
And they can't help that some people will just throw themselves at a wall because they think that there's nothing else they can do, despite the fact that they're in a vast open world with many other things. Like, the vast majority of people have no problem. Like, they go forward, the boss kills them. Oh, I'm not ready for that. Let me go somewhere else. That is the overwhelming majority of people that would come to that conclusion. So they can't be bothered to program their game for someone that wouldn't come to that conclusion. And like I said, there are definitely ways in which Elden Ring does something better than the way Breath of the Wild does it. You can't expect one game to adhere to the pros of another game and not the cons.
Watch it! Eat this!
This'll help.
You're a lifesaver.
Leave it to me! Thrust!
Well, you said that your concern was for somebody that would just go to the first boss and never explore because there was a light telling them to go there. Is that not what you were Your own words, which then brings me to this question. Why does this particular player ignore everything they see doing along the way? Do they perhaps know any better? What can I do to make them know any better? So your concern is for the person that is just going to go straight where the light tells them, hit the first boss, not be able to kill it, and just keep going back and getting murdered until they stop playing the game. Because they were not taught how to explore. And that's what I'm saying. 99.99 repeating 9% of the population would hit that boss, lose, and realize maybe I should go somewhere else to do other things and then come back here later. It is not feasible to make your game for every possible thought process of everybody in the world. And before you say, but Breath of the Wild did it, Breath of the Wild is not Elden Ring. Breath of the Wild is not selling itself on its difficulty. That is one of the main things of the Souls series. They are difficult games. Breath of the Wild is not trying to be difficult. So yes, they probably could just say go here, and you probably could just go there and be fine. Okay, if it doesn't tell you where the shrines are or how to get to them, how do you even know you have to go to the shrines? You're telling you that by going to the shrines, which is the effect, not the cause, you find out that you can exchange spirit orbs. What is the big why do you know to go to the shrine? Like, even if the game tells you go to the shrine, why would you suddenly assume that going to the shrine is more important than any of the other 1,000 things you could do on the world map? Like, you're putting the effect before the cause. Well, okay then. So you have an opening cutscene in Elden Ring. It tells you to become an Elden Lord. There you go. It tells you to become an Elden Lord. Doesn't tell you how to do it. There you go. And that's what I'm saying. Who is this fictional person you're talking about? Like, you're trying to conjure up the most inept person you can possibly imagine in order to make this argument. Does this person even exist?
That man has appeared in front of me several times and attacked with black energy. But who is he? What's his connection to Heis?
That man wasn't alive.
He wasn't alive? What do you mean by that?
I think his dead body was under the Black Chronicle's control.
You mean he was like a walking corpse or something? That's impossible!
Art is a shaman who sends the souls of the deceased to the heavens. She can hear the voices of the dead and recognize corpses that pretend to live, as just now.
That man, he was really important.
Well, there's your problem right there. You're watching bad videos. I've seen a video where people were trying to convince me that the Earth was flat. I didn't act like they knew what they were talking about. Okay, for one thing, with right now, I can tell you how you're failing to communicate. When you say the game told you about the benefits of exploring, did the game specifically tell you? Was there text or voice in the game that told you this is what you will get if you explore? And stop saying the game told you. I mean, you're not obligated to stay here. You're not obligated to stay here arguing this point. You can go to work. No one here is stopping you. And that's the thing that I don't get. You keep saying it like as if your implicit experience in Breath of the Wild is valid, but the implicit experience in Elden Ring is not, when they are the same fucking thing. This entire conversation, you keep saying that Breath of the Wild teaches you, but Elden Ring does not. And you just said right now, the game told you implicitly. So that's your definition of how it's teaching you. So you're saying that the implicit knowledge that you're gaining by playing Breath of the Wild is valid, but the implicit knowledge that everybody else is gaining by Elden Ring is not. Because everybody else does this, everybody else explores. And I've told you how it teaches you that. You walk forward and there is always something in your eye line to draw you to it. That is how it teaches you to explore, by catching your attention.
He kept saying he was a ruler, that he was a king. Someone killed him and then started to control him.
Honestly, I think the conversation is just at a dead end where
he was angry.
We're just not going to get any further, so you might as well just head to work. I don't think we need to bring this up again.
King? Could she be talking about the late King Victor of Granorg? Come to think of it, I got a glimpse of that man's face under his hood. He did resemble the description of King Victor I'd heard once.
He used the corpse of the king he slew as his minion. Revolting.
The Chronicle can do that? Ice has access to powers I don't even know about. I'm not sure if it's a difference in the Chronicle's capabilities or the Wielder's. In either case, he knows more about all of this than I do.
I don't think you're trolling. I don't know. I've tried to narrow down what it is you're saying so many times, but every time I do, it still comes down to the whole thing of you're saying that Breath of the Wild does a thing and Elden Ring does the same thing, but only Breath of the Wild is good. But yeah, he has to go. Let's just stop the discussion on this already.
Stock, I still don't think you should keep going.
No, I'm not giving up. As a holder of the Chronicle, I can't give up.
Hey, Stock, what's this Chronicle thing you keep mentioning?
A magical tome with the power to influence flux. And Heiss has one.
The bastard has that kind of power? So that's how he pulled that trick back in the Royal Hall. But how do you know about it, Stock?
Because I have one too. Heiss gave me the White Chronicle and engineered its awakening.
But why?
That's what I'd like to find out.
We'll have to hear his true motives directly from him. We should move on.
Heiss, you won't escape me.
Yeah, guys, he has to go to work. Stop the conversation. Don't make him stay any longer than he has to. I don't want him to be late because he kept getting pulled back in. Get up there. It's fine. You don't have to keep saying you're sorry. Go to work. I don't want you to be late because of this conversation.
Yeah.
See you later. Have a good day at work. I'm not angry. I doubt anybody else is angry. We're just... We're just trying to make sense of it. Seriously, go to work. I do not want you to be late to work because of this conversation. Alright, see ya. Makes his magic defense too low.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on.
Oh crap, I really should have healed before this. Oh well, I guess let's go for broke then.
Take to the skies! I'll exterminate you! Eat this! Did you really think you could beat us?
Definitely not a conversation we have every day. And you know, Ragnar, the other day you were saying that you saw people that were actually saying that the battle system in this game was bad. I saw someone on Reddit say that the other day. I don't know if it's the same person you saw, but they were just like, oh, the battle system sucked. How? The only way I could see someone saying this battle system is not good is if they have a huge hatred for puzzles. Because every battle is like a little puzzle trying to position everything so you can damage multiple enemies.
This'll leave a mark.
Dance with me!
Here's a special one.
I mean, give it like a, almost like a fighting game hype man.
Heist!
You're here, Stock. It's been a while. Or did we just see each other? I've jumped around so much in time that I don't know anymore.
You're the wielder of the Black Chronicle.
That's correct, Stock. Wielder of the White Chronicle, the Book of Flux. I realized that you were using the Chronicle after that incident in Hugo's office. Up to that point, even I hadn't figured it out. I assume Lipti and Tio told you to tell no one.
You know about them too.
Why so surprised? I'm the one who gave you the White Chronicle.
It depends on if it's well acted. Like if it's well acted voice acting, I'll just perfectly happy just sitting back and watching it like as if it were a TV show or an anime. Like that was basically what most of 13 Sentinels was, and I love that game. And most of it is just literally just watching it play out. Oh, in battle, yeah. It does get out of hand sometimes. Like, I don't know if you've played Scarlet Nexus, but I didn't realize how good the soundtrack to Scarlet Nexus was until after I finished the game and I watched it on YouTube. Because I never heard the music. There were so many call-outs and, like, voice lines for them doing their moves and all this other stuff that I couldn't really hear the music through most of the battles. And like I said, when I went back to go watch the like look at the soundtrack on YouTube, I was like, man, this has got some really good songs in it. I never heard any of these over all like the sound effects and the voice lines in battle. So yeah, I definitely understand what you mean about in battle. It seems to be more of an action RPG problem. Like when you have an action RPG with a party, because everybody's doing moves and everybody has voice lines attached to their moves. That seems to be the games where too much voice acting really gets in the way.
Let me ask you this. Why did you give it to me? What was the point of this scheme of yours?
It wasn't a scheme so much. I want you to be my successor.
Your successor?
In order to succeed me, you first had to awaken the White Chronicle and gain its power.
And honestly, that might even be a bonus of Falcom being a smaller studio that doesn't have the money to put in. Like the fact that there aren't as many voice lines being thrown around in battle in Ys might be a direct effect of them just not having the money to record that many voice lines.
So I gave you the book before sending you on an impossible mission. I hope to show you the world's true nature, to train you, and to awaken the White Chronicle. What I didn't expect was for that awakening to happen much sooner than I had planned, or that you had the acting skill to hide it from me.
Judging from the situation as it stands, I was right to do so.
You truly are the SI's best agent. I underestimated your guile.
Enough about that! What did you mean by successor? Explain yourself!
I meant just what I said. I need a successor to carry on my plan. My plan to lead this world to its destruction.
Inducing desertification and destroying the world. That's your plan?
That's right, Stock.
What are you thinking? Why would I willingly carry on with such a preposterous idea? I refuse!
No, you have to do it. And I'll tell you why. It's because you're like me.
What do you mean by that?
Haven't you figured it out yet? You seem to have saved this world from certain destruction a few times with the White Chronicle.
Don't change the subject. Answer the question, Heiss.
Was this world actually worth saving?
I honestly wish, because I made this joke several times about Adol when I was playing through all the East games. I wish that at some point they would make a silent protagonist and just have him use sign language for everything. Because that was always the joke I had. Like, every time someone would talk to Adol when I was playing the East games, I would always be like, Adol signs back. Like, I actually would like to see a silent protagonist who just signs everything.
Did you ever ask yourself that?
Yeah, I think he had a couple in like 7 or 8. Because I remember pointing out, I was like, holy shit, he's actually talking? Yeah.
What? I've given it a lot of thought over many years, and I've come to this conclusion. This world deserves death. That's why I won't allow the ritual to take place.
Wait! Heiss! There's no reason to save it? That's his justification?
Does Heiss really want to destroy the world?
Look at what he's done so far. I don't think there's any doubt. He's serious, all right.
That's what we've been working towards this whole time? Let's go, everyone. There's something I need to ask him.
Leave it to me. We can do it, guys.
slow!
We win! We win!
Honestly, I'm pretty sure even if you did start, like, you'd probably be able to figure most of the stuff out with context clues. But you can definitely start with Cold Steel, and then if you decide you do want to play the other ones, basically, before you play Cold Steel 3, you can go back and play all the others, and you'll be fine. But like I said, I'm honestly pretty sure that if you just wanted to go forward from there, like, all the stuff that you didn't play, you could either read a synopsis or figure out most of it just from context. Like, the stories are long and there's a lot of stuff in them, but they're not super complicated to the point where if you didn't play, you know, the earlier games, you're gonna be completely lost.
Leave it to me. We can do it, guys.
Here's a special one. We are the victors! Yes!
I think the only one that hasn't had a physical release is Sky 3. Because Sky 1 and 2 you can get for the PSP. And then obviously they're going to release the 2 Crossbell games, you know, late this year and early next year. Yeah, like I said, you could play Cold Steel 1 and 2 and like not really have to worry about any ties to past games. And if you decide you do want to play them at that point, then you can play them. But just reading a synopsis or even just playing the games and going through by context, there's not anything super important that you absolutely must understand from the old games, you know, to get them.
That's...
Yes!
Heis! I need to know something.
What is it? Make it quick. You are no longer part of my plan.
Back when my mercenary troop got wiped out. Was that you?
Finally caught on, did you?
No. But why?
Well, you see, it was a necessary preamble for Stock to attain the power of the White Chronicle. Stock's awakening was necessary for my desired future. The only question was how to trigger it. After trying out countless permutations of history, I realized he needed comrades, Partners with some skill, yet not so valuable that Stock would depend too much on them. They would be the key to Stock's awakening. That's when I laid eyes on you two. All I needed to do then was to get you in my debt and have you leave your mercenary unit. So I animated a monster's corpse and eliminated the unit, making it look like an accident. Though it took some doing to manipulate it so that only you two survived. And thanks to you, Stock found the power of Flux by awakening the White Chronicle. A simple trick, really. That's what controlling history is about.
You killed everyone in our unit over that? How could you?
Would you stream Breath of Fire from the Nintendo online service? Or?
You monster!
Silence, woman! I told you that I have no further interest in the rest of you. Interfere with my conversation with Stock at your peril.
Rainey, Marco, I understand why you're angry, but there's still more I need him to tell me. Any punishment coming to him can wait until afterward.
Fine.
Ice, keep going from where you left off. What did you mean when you said I'm like you?
Stock! Don't listen to him!
So even after getting to know Erica, you still don't realize who you are, Stock? Or should I say, Ernst?
Ernst? Then that means Stock is the Prince of Granorg!
I had a feeling that was it. I was the sacrifice needed for the royal family to perform the ritual. And so were you, Ice.
Indeed. I am younger brother to the late King Victor, and the sacrifice in his ritual.
Wait, Stock, what are you two talking about? What's all this about a sacrifice?
The Granorg royal family is the sole line capable
I still haven't played Breath of Fire 1. I played Breath of Fire 2, but I played it with the fan retranslation. Since I heard that the original translation didn't explain the plot very well.
Part of the ritual involves giving the life of one of the royal siblings. The sacrifice.
That's right. The world owes its existence to those royals slain in the name of the ritual. The people owe them a deep debt of gratitude, which is why the royal family is allowed to rule over this land. It's because all life on this continent exists by the royal family's sufferance.
But clearly you weren't sacrificed. What happened?
As if I'd allow that fool Victor to rule as king while I gave my own life. It was out of the question. So I escaped from him and set up shop in Alistel as Heiss.
So you ran off and Victor couldn't perform the ritual. That's why he tried to make his children do it.
Yes. And you would have been the next in line to be the sacrifice. Ernst was killed as a sacrifice by his own father after speaking out against him. Originally, you know, it was meant to be Erica. But she seems to have behaved herself better. While her father was watching, at least. Thus did she succeed in pushing the role as sacrifice over to Ernst. The cunning little minx.
You bastard!
After a sacrifice is slain, they are given a soul for the ritual. Erica's soul was split. Part of it went to you, giving you a temporary life as a sacrifice. How pitiful are the sacrifices. Resurrected, only to die again. And only I can understand their pain, being one myself.
Yeah, I know you don't like to do digital or anything like that, but I definitely highly recommend the fan retranslation of Breath of Fire 2. I don't know how bad the original was, but the retranslation did make sense. Like just for your own enjoyment of the game, I would suggest it.
You and I,
We too are truly the Forsaken Ones. That's why I stole you away and altered your memories, to give you a second life as stock. I made sure to kill that fool Victor as well.
He disappeared again.
This conversation isn't over yet. Come find me, Stock.
I don't know if there is one for the first Breath of Fire. The one I played was for Breath of Fire 2. Like I said, I still need to play Breath of Fire 1. I don't know if that one has a fan retranslation or not.
So, Heist was the king's brother, Stock was the prince, and the two of them were sacrifices?
I also kind of went back and I picked up fan retranslations for Phantasy Star 3 and 4. Since Phantasy Star 3 was the first JRPG I ever played. And I was playing it about a month ago. I got real close to the end, and then I didn't have time to continue with it. I'll probably pick it up. I've been playing it off stream. And yeah, it's definitely way better than what I remember the original. Everything that happens is way clearer.
Hey, he's gotta be messing with us, right? All that stuff about you being the prince? I mean, think about it. Heist would look way younger if he was really the king's brother.
Not when you've been jumping around time for as long as he has.
No. I believe Heist is telling the truth.
Yeah, Phantasy Star 3, not a great game. It really is a huge step down. But I just have a soft spot for it because, like I said, it was the very first JRPG I ever played. But even in replaying it now, it's not very good.
He looks as old as he does because of the Black Chronicle. He must have repeated history so many times that he's aged far beyond the normal process.
But if he's telling the truth, what'll happen to you? If we go through with this ritual, you're gonna...
I can't say anything for sure, but I do know, if we don't go through with it, the entire continent will perish. I can't act in my own self-interest at the expense of everyone else.
Still...
Ott. You knew, didn't you? That's why you tried so hard to keep me from finding out.
Uh-huh. I knew if you found out the truth, you'd give up your soul.
And I'm pretty sure a lot of people's, or at least people that are, I'd say about 5 to 10 years younger than me, I'd say a lot of them, their first JRPG was probably a Pokemon. That was like the gateway drug into JRPGs.
I see now.
4 is definitely worth it
to protect me.
Because 4, like they're all very, very tenuously connected, and then when you get to 4 like some of it is through side quests and some of it is just through the main story. But Phantasy Star 4 does a really good job of like solidly connecting all 4 games together.
Thank you, Ott. I'm sorry, everyone, but we'll have to table this for now. We need to chase after Heist and make him lift the Flux Seal.
Yeah, and that was kind of the reason why I didn't get into JRPGs earlier, was that I skipped the 8-bit generation. Like, I went from having an Atari 2600 to a Sega Genesis. So, I didn't have an NES or a Master System. I just went straight from Atari 2600 to Genesis. So the only like NES games that I played were from going to friends' houses and playing the games they had.
Here's a special one.
Yeah, I think my first was like
We are the victors!
first arcade game I ever played. Probably be either Donkey Kong or like one of the first, like the first Galaga or something.
Alrighty then.
But like my biggest time in the arcades was during like the fighting game boom. I used to be huge into fighting games, but it was like fighting games and JRPGs were the two games that I was playing all the time. But I eventually stopped playing fighting games just because I was way too competitive, and it was like becoming a problem. I think I'd probably still be, like, okay at them. And I probably should try to get back into them at some point. But, like, my whole thing was always lag. Like, if I dropped the combo that I knew I should have finished because of lag, I would, like rage through the roof. That's why I eventually decided to give them up. But considering the rollback netcode and all the stuff they're doing now, at some point I might actually try to get back into them.
We did it.
I still remember back when the very first Street Fighter came out, when everybody was trying to figure out how to do super moves, or special moves. And I remember going to the arcade, and, you know, the first guy that figured out how to do fireballs was like the king. And he'd sit there, it's like, oh yeah, I figured out how to do a fireball. Yeah, you just gotta spin the stick 3 times, and then hit the punch button when you get to forward. Like, direct quote, and the guy thought you had to do 3 circles to do a fireball. And that was like the closest anybody had come to figuring out how to reliably do it. Just, one of those things from the age when, you know, there was no internet or anything else for people to figure this stuff out and pass it on. Yeah, Street Fighter 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a Game Gear. I'm trying to remember when I got the Game Gear. Yeah, it was definitely after. Because I remember there was one game that I really liked on Game Gear. And I think it's in the eShop on 3DS. It was Defenders of Oasis. It was like a JRPG that was like Arabian Nights themed. Like you had like one of your party was like a genie, and you were like a Alibaba type character. I really liked that game. I'm kind of wondering if it holds up still.
Here I go! What's its weakness?
I mean, Sonic was really good until they left 2D. Once they started making 3D, they never really seemed to figure out how to do Sonic right.
Gotcha! Here I come! Gotcha!
We did it.
Is it? Because I remember, like, Defenders of Oasis was like a straight-up turn-based JRPG, whereas Beyond Oasis and then I forget what the last one was called, the one that was on Saturn. Like, those were more like, those are action RPGs. They were like top-down action RPGs. Oh wow, you can bust the big ones? Shit, I might have missed some stuff at the beginning of this dungeon then. I never looked into whether or not they were the same franchise. Yeah. Unfortunately, man, I wish... I mean, obviously when they left, they went on to make Golden Sun. And I know people are still wishing they'd go back to that, but I honestly wish they would go back to making games in the Shining series.
Hey, I got this!
At some point, I need to play all of Shining Force 3. Since the second and third part of Shining Force 3 never came out of Japan. But there are translations, but they're very slowly like refining the translation. Like they keep releasing new patches for it to make it better. So I've been sitting on it waiting for them to like release a final version, but at some point I need to sit down and play through them. That's the only one in the Shining Force series I haven't played. I played Shining in the Darkness, I played Shining Force 1 and 2, I played Shining Force CD, which was the Game Boy games. Oh wait, no, Final Conflict, that's another one. So I need to play all of Shining Force 3, and I need to play Shining Force Final Conflict, because that was a Game Gear game that never came over. Because Shining Force CD was just the first two Game Gear games, and then a couple of extra scenarios. Then I've also played Shining the Holy Ark not too long ago. That was actually really fun. That's basically like the setup for Shining Force 3. They're more like... Because it was like Shining Force Neo and Shining Force EXA. That was when Camelot had already left and stopped doing Shining games.
Not bad, Red.
They're more like kind of mediocre Diablo clones. That's basically what the series turned into. After Camelot left, they started handing off the series to other developers, and they were all making these like very dungeon crawly action RPGs that were, you know, very much like Diablo clones, like a lot of random loot drops and like random stats on weapons. That's for Ott.
I'll crush you all! Now then.
I played that. That game was amazingly mediocre. But considering, because we never got the first version of that game, we only got the remake. The first version of that game, from what I understand, was basically just riddled with microtransactions. And it really shows, because like, leveling up in that game is damn near impossible. Like, you could be fighting something that is 20 levels above you. Which is not hard, by the way. You could very easily kill stuff that's like 15, 20 levels above you. But they give you no XP. Like, you get... Like, the only things in that game that give decent XP are the bosses. Everything else is, like, damn near impossible to level up. Oh, was it? That might be the exception, then. Because like I said, almost every other Shining game after Camelot left have just been dungeon crawling action RPGs.
Too slow! This'll leave a mark! Gotcha!
Alright, see you, Joel. I'm actually only gonna be on for another 30 minutes anyway. Actually, no, let's have him heal himself.
Eat this! Eat this! Burn!
Leave it to me! Fire!
Looks like we win!
Yeah, no, I think there were a bunch of times when I was playing through Shining Resonance Refrain. I think I took a lot of days off.
Nice.
I think there was like at least once a week where I took a day off just because I didn't want to stream that day. I mean, I guess there's somebody up there that's, you know, still begging for another chance, hoping they can do it right. I honestly didn't think 5 was that bad. It was just, you know, not up to the level that people expect from Star Ocean. But I don't think even 4 was. 4's the only one I didn't finish. Well, technically, I still haven't played 2 yet, and that's the one everybody says is great. I have it, I just haven't played it. But yeah, I finished 3. I finished 1 on stream. I finished 5 on stream. I played 4 when it first came out, and I got like, I want to say 30% into it. And like, I couldn't handle the story. It was like too much cringe, and I stopped playing it. Yeah, the gameplay was fun, but I could not handle the story in 4. But that was when it first came out. I need to give it another shot at some point. Maybe it'll definitely be better with chat, because at least that was another thing. I was playing it by myself, so at least if I'm playing it with you guys, we can, like, you know, rip it apart together on the story. Yeah, but 4 was like that extra like concentrated extract cringe. I mean, just you start the game with the character named Edge Maverick. I just hope it doesn't bother Irby, because I know Irby has like platinumed it, and now is platinuming it on computer, on PC, so I know he really likes it. See, the thing is, I don't have a problem with the ending to Star Ocean 3. My problem is they never did anything with it. And to me, that just shows a lack of creativity. Because there are so many different things you could do with that. I mean, to try to put it in a vague way so as not to be spoilery if someone in here doesn't know about it, but I mean, at the end of that, they essentially just established a two-world scenario, which is like every fucking Tales of game. Oh, okay, Irby. I wasn't sure if you were here or not. But yeah, that's the ending to Star Ocean 3 just establishes a two-world scenario, which, like I said, that's like the basis for almost every Tales of game. There are so many things you can do with that, and they haven't moved on from it. They keep making prequels. Like, I want them to do something with that.
Congratulations are in order for making it this far. This is the deepest part of the ruins.
Heist! Release your flux seal at once.
That's a rather bold demand, Stock. I'll win if I just sit here and keep it going, after all.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of the hate... comes from for 5, is that the battle system took a little bit of a backwards hit. Because obviously if you're playing Star Ocean, you've gotten used to the story being, you know, kind of B-movie-ish. So, I mean, the people who are playing, like, the hardcore fan base probably is very gameplay focused, and when 5 took a step back on that, that's probably why it got such a bad rap.
Now, I have some questions of my own for you.
Yeah, but not to a huge degree. Like, if anything, the story actually was a little bit better than 4. At least I was able to finish it. But that's what I'm saying. It's like how a lot of people still like shit on Persona 5, because a lot of the main core Persona fans, at least the ones that jumped on Persona 3, they were there 100% for like the social links and the story. Because Persona 3's, like, the dungeon was, like, so fucking tedious. Like, Tartarus was mind-numbingly tedious. So obviously they're able to look past that. Like, those people that say that Persona 3 is their favorite game in the series, like, those are people that are just there for the story and the characters and social links. And to a lesser degree, the same thing for 4. 4 didn't have randomly generated dungeons, but they were still very cheaply made. So they weren't as tedious, but they were still very bland, and you know, you're going through rooms that have different set dressing on them. There wasn't really anything interesting about them. Whereas 5, they went above and beyond in the dungeon design and in the gameplay and everything else, but all of those people that liked the series before were basically on the train for story characters and social links. And whereas that took a little bit of a hit, you get a lot more backlash because that was the thing that they were there for. Like, they were ignoring all the other stuff before because it was subpar, but the thing that they were actually there for took a hit in 5, even though everything else got way better. So they shit on it. Oh, is it, Ragnar?
Tell me, Stock, do you plan to return your soul to Erica as a sacrifice?
But you, like I said, you say Persona 3 is your favorite of them. It's definitely not for the gameplay, right? Yeah, but I'm just like... Those are like some of those questions that I ask myself a lot when I see people... When I see fans of a certain series reacting badly to a new game that came out, it's always, you know, okay... So, what is the core fan base attached to this series for? So if like, especially in Persona 5's case, where, like I said, they made massive upgrades all across the board in every aspect of that game, except, yes, you know, the story and the characters are probably a little bit less intriguing than in 3 and 4. Yet, it got so much backlash from a lot of people basically saying that it was the worst game, you know, it was horrible, it was a piece of shit. And they're completely ignoring all the upgrades that it made. That means that they were there for the things that took a slight hit. Hey, man,
By now, you must realize what this entails. Is this really a world worth throwing your life away for?
So yeah, whenever I see a backlash to a new game in a series that doesn't quite make sense, I always try to figure out, like, I always try to think what was the core fan base, like, really there for that series for, and see if that...
I'm sure you've seen it countless times.
If that informs why they don't like the newest entry.
Those on top who think only of themselves. The common people are oppressed, living in fear, all while the desertification spreads. And worst of all, that ritual, that detestable practice. The foolish casters do nothing to address the blight's source. They only repeat the ritual. No one dares think how distorted this world is, unable to survive without relying on such methods.
Yeah, probably.
How many sacrifices so far have died for that cause?
That's always the catch-22. Do you play it when it comes out when you're a kid and not understand it, or you play it when you're older and can understand it, but the gameplay is archaic?
And how many more will give their lives in the years to come?
Some express regret for their deaths, but sentiment is cheap. And even when the barbaric practice continues, it only postpones the inevitable. Yet the caster comes away so satisfied, as if they've saved the world. That's why this world should come to an end. It should be put out of its misery. We, the sacrifices forsaken by this broken world, will be the ones to end it. It is justifiable revenge, a fair conclusion. That is the true history.
Ice.
Erica seems to have led you by the nose without giving her reasons.
Yeah.
Deep down, she was scheming to use you as a sacrifice.
And it's hard to go backwards. Like, I found that out, right before this game with Tales of Xillia 2. I played Tales of Xillia 1 when it first came out, and I loved the game. I don't remember having any problems with it. But right before this game, I played Tales of Xillia 2, and I immediately noticed all these janky issues with the combat that I'm sure were there when I played Tales of Xillia 1. I just didn't notice them because at the time, that was standard. That was how the game's played. But all the newer games have made refinements and made everything way smoother. And going backwards to what it was before, like, it's a huge slap in the face.
You're talking of things you know nothing about.
It's the only thing that makes sense. Why sacrifice yourself for such a woman? You and I, what we need to do isn't become sacrifices. That's not it by half. Come now, Stock. Or rather, Ernst. There's nothing to fear. We will not stray from the path. It's the world that's gone mad, not us. Let's fix this, you and I. 2 sacrifices.
That's enough, Ice.
Yeah, it definitely...
Don't say another word.
It definitely didn't feel like it needed to be made, but by the time it started getting to the ending, I was like, at least for the story, I was there, like, I was on for the ride. I was into it. But even all the way to the end, like, playing it for, I think about 40-ish hours that I did, I was still having problems with a lot of the, like, old input systems that they used, like, especially the dodging. Like, dodging forward and backward was hold block, press forward or back. Easy enough, makes sense. But dodging into the foreground or the background, you had to press up and hit the attack button and hold, like, L1 all at the same time. So, yeah, it was just weird. There was 2 completely different input motions for dodging. And then, like, free run when you hold L2, which obviously was already felt weird because in the newer games, you can just free run, like, standard. You don't have to hold L2. And there's, like, a half a second startup from when you press it and a half a second, like, ending after you let go of it where your character just kind of stops and can't do anything. And if you lose line with your opponent, like, you have to stop what you're doing and press towards them to get back in line to be able to attack them again. Like, being locked onto them does not keep you locked onto them. You have to still manually reorient yourself whenever they move. And these are all things that have been completely smoothed out in, like, newer games that you get used to not having to worry about that. And even towards the end of the game, when I was still fighting the final boss, I was still struggling with them because I gotten so used to not having to worry about those things.
Huh. So you understand. You've been a wise one since you were a boy. You were closer to me than to your father. Your dedication made me happy, and I often took you out of the castle. So come with me, Ernst. And we'll live and travel through this dying world together, just as we did before.
Yeah, free run wasn't introduced until Tales of the Abyss.
Ice. I understand why you're doing this. Release the flux seal.
So that's your answer. It is a pity.
And unfortunately, that's going to be another one that's probably going to be real hard to get through, because I never played Symphonia. So that's on the backlog. And that one's probably going to be real tough, too.
Ice.
Did you think I'd had a change of heart? There was a reason I decided to release the Flux Seal. It's so I could seal you with all the remaining power of Flux. You'll watch the world end from inside a prison in time that you cannot escape.
I won't lose.
Disappear!
This'll be fun!
Disappear!
And also just the fact that he thinks, which it is, it's unfair that, like, you know, one person has to give their life so that the other one can live as king. I mean, in history, there have been wars fought over that. There's been so many wars of succession just because the second or third born didn't want to just let the firstborn have the kingdom because they thought they were unsuitable for it or whatever. So that's definitely something that is played out in history.
Disappear!
You stop doing that?
Appreciate it. Disappear!
Here's a special one. Here's a special one. Burn!
Down! Thunder!
Disappear!
Go on without me.
here! Time to finish this! Impossible. That's a taste of our power.
You've grown strong, Stock.
Heiss, it's the end this time.
If I can't stop you, then I'll try my luck with Erica. I'll kill the girl before you ever meet. That will end everything.
Heiss, wait!
Don't go, Stock!
Let go, Ott.
I believed too! I wanted to fix it without any sacrifices! You didn't ask to be a sacrifice! You don't have to die! There's gotta be a way without giving your soul back to Erica! Please, stay here!
I need to end this myself. Let go of my hand, Ott.
Stock! Tell him, Raj! Raj!
Thank you, Raj. Everyone.
Why didn't you stop him? You're his best friend. You should have stopped him.
It's because I'm his best friend that I didn't.
Huh? Why? Why? Why didn't anyone stop him? Are you all okay with this?
No, it's not okay. But he was determined to see this through. There's no way we'd be able to stop him.
I'm surprised you held back, Rainy.
I wanted Stock to stay too, you know? But after seeing that look in his eyes...
Yeah, I understand. I wonder what era in the past he headed to.
Who knows? Maybe he went to save me back when I was pulling some stupid stunt.
He might have even gone back to see me when I knew none of this.
It doesn't matter where or when he went. No matter where he is, I'll keep fighting for him. You hear that, Stock? I'll always be there for you!
So will I!
That is right. Our hearts will always be with you, Red One.
Stock, you better come out on top.
Stock!
Lipti, Teal, where did Heiss go?
You know we can't tell you that, Stock.
Why not? Isn't it your job to watch over the world?
Those are the rules.
Our job, properly speaking, is to advise a Chronicles wielder and see the ritual through. Informing a wielder of another wielder's actions is strictly forbidden.
See the ritual through? He's the one trying to stop it!
We understand that. We tried to stop Heiss, of course, but we are limited to giving advice. We can't force a wielder to do anything, and I regret to say that his power greatly exceeds ours.
That's impossible. How can he be more powerful than the two guardians of Historia?
This is the first time in history it's happened. His anger and hatred is combining with the Black Chronicle's power, granting him tremendous might. He is completely beyond our control now.
And there's no way you can tell me where Heiss went?
I'm afraid not. We're not supposed to take sides. It's a very firm rule.
If it weren't, Heiss would have pried information on you out of us first. Had that happened, you would not have been able to escape him.
The rule works in your favor as well as against you. I'm sorry.
Damn it!
You can't give up, Stock.
Heiss said he would travel to a moment before you and Erica met, correct? But if you two had met sometime that Heiss wasn't aware of, his plan can't succeed. Remember, Stock, the bar in Granog where you two met, it was not your first meeting.
Your first encounter was a coincidence before when Ut sent the soul.
You and Erica, before you reached
Stop! I understand. Don't say any more.
Stock, go. I'm sure that you can yet save Erica.
Choose wisely. A moment to travel to the day you first met Erica.
And that is where we're stopping for today. Gonna leave it on that cliffhanger till tomorrow. So yeah, it does definitely feel like we're getting close to the end. The stakes are ramping up. But also remember, this is perfect chronology, so there is, another post-game chapter. Hey, I've learned from every TV corporation ever. You gotta lay a cliffhanger on there to get them to come back the next day, or week, or whenever. Also, it's just my quitting time. So, yeah, interesting day today. Let me go ahead and give call-outs. Now end. So, Wabon, Kaz, Manok, Ragna, Kirby, Joel, Jigs, Nami, Tier, I think. Fortunately, these chat logs don't always roll all the way back up. Yeah, if I missed anybody else, sorry. I had access to the chat logs. But thank you all for coming in and chatting with you while I play. Thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. Yeah, we will continue this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check schedule below what time that is in your area, and starting up with hunting down Heiss as he has run away. So, as for right now, go ahead and see if I can trade. Definitely feels like we'll be able to finish this game. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to Toya, who is playing Legend of Dragoon. As per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!